Welcome. It's been 3 months, over 3 months. What to catch up on. STiCKiN'OnDaBeaT here. Hope you guys are doing great and that life has been treating you well. Where do I put this now? Oh, this is going to be out of frame. Yeah, I wanted to get in touch with everyone, and typically I'd be live streaming on drums. It's been my passion the last 2 years, you know. This has been on the shelf, and we'll see. I've had some encouragement to get back into it, and with this leg injury, which is a big part of the reason I haven't been on, and I'm not out of the woods yet, you know. Dealt with 4 hospitals, a lot of stuff going on. We'll get to that. I'm not going to deep dive tonight because I'll be talking for 3 hours and we'll never get to this thing here. So, yeah, the beard, that's my winter face. Sorry, guys, you know. I know you're looking forward to sitting down with Captain Nemo or Moses or whatever. Where do I begin? So as I say, I was doing pretty well with the live streaming on drumming, and I was up to, I don't know, episode 127, 128, and then, you know, things happened. In fact, the last few live streams I was working on, I had mentioned that I had to be careful. That was the calm before the storm. I'll get into the story about that. But so there's, like I say, a lot happening. I'll be independently transitioning. I'm in the southeast. I'll be heading up north. Yeah, there's a lot going on over the coming months. First things first, I need this thing completely healed. I've had enough of it after, like I say, it's been about 12 weeks or so. Real silly, stupid thing. I would trigger it off. But we'll get into that. My bio is different, you know, it's about the music, but drumming and guitar. I'm very rusty. I picked it up, and it's, believe me, it's you might want to turn your phone off. I don't know. It's going to be a lot of hard work to get back in. You know, I haven't touched it in a dog's age, really, and some of the things that I do are difficult on electric, let alone on acoustic. Looking at some Frederick Node, some Charlie Parker, and tons of other stuff. Came up with my own course for myself, about 20 sections into that, based on something I've been trying to wrap my head around as far as foreign and exotic type of scales. The enigmatic scale in B flat. So we'll get into those things. And you're not so typical blues type of progression, 12-bar blues. There's going to be a lot of different movements in that. I find it unusual anyway. As far as I got with that, very basic at this point. Mostly moving arpeggios just to get comfortable with the type of movements. But the bio is different. I guess maybe this experience, what I've been through, triggered, tipped the scale. Speaking of scales, and hospitals, they enter fraudulent information into your records, believe me. So I have some interesting things to share with you guys about that, especially if you're in the Southeast. And if you guys are thinking about heading to a medical facility, you might want to think again. I don't know. brain goes wandering through caves. I'm going to talk about this and that and the other thing, and it never goes that way. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable about this. I'll be honest. I picked it up and I'm just spazzing out, and between I'm using this walker that I've tossed it a few times, the frustration, and then you say, well, now that's all the way over there, and I'm all the way over here. But I had enough with the crutches and all that stuff, and by myself, it's very difficult. I'm on a second story, so it's interesting the micromanaging that you wind up doing. Especially if you're stuck in a lounge chair position and you can't turn to your right side, your left side, your leg you can't straighten your leg, you can't bend your knee. And then you think about, if bulbs in the ceiling start blowing, well, who's getting up there to start changing? You could be in the middle of, 3 o'clock in the morning, it's pitch black, there's a bad storm, power goes out, all these things start to, believe me, when you're sitting there, you're thinking about this kind of stuff. Food became a major issue, and I became very severely dehydrated, and my weight dropped drastically. So these were all contributions to the rapid decline that I had gone into. So it got pretty scary there. But as I say, I'll get more into that stuff. So the rantings and the reactions, I've got 15 years under my belt of digging rabbit holes. I'll bring those things out. You guys might want to keep stones and rotten fruit, whatever. You might get sick of what I have to say. You might not agree. You want to start talking, whatever. Feel free to leave comments. You're entitled to your input. I am starting with the medical industry. I'll tell you that right off the bat. So we'll see what the Creator has in mind. He gives us all gifts, and trying to bring this back out. Well, we'll see. We'll see what comes flying out of this mouth. Ranting. While you see my name on Facebook, the very word itself is in my last name. So maybe that gives me a bit of an entitlement. And I'll tell you, I feel actually a little bit guilty to even want to talk about this injury, because lately I've been seeing so many people, with their own issues, whether they're, born with it or not. They've had severe accidents of various sorts. And these people are being encouraging and trying to tell the rest of us that are in pretty good shape, to put a smile on our face. And I mean, it's incredible. You have to sit there with a box of tissues. I mean, what these people have to say. My gosh. So my heart goes out to them. So this is like I'm inviting you into my home. We're kicking back. You guys are relaxed. You chill. You got some sweats on, PJs, whatever. I don't know. So nothing to be embarrassed about. If you got to clear, you're at home. You got to clear your snout. You got to go break wind in the breezeway. Whatever you have to do. I can't just bust up and just start running. So I'm just forewarning you. I'm as discreet as I can be. So I guess it'll be a little bit to get, comfortable again. And, I missed the drumming. That was really on my heart. Wanted to do that since before the guitar. I've been doing this since I'm a child. Although when you hear me pick it up, I probably play worse than some of the children that can blow me away out there at this point, But I have a pretty good history to share, and I don't know, man. Some direct and indirect celebrity encounters and things over the years. Some of them are pretty interesting, And I had been promising that actually on some of the live streams. And, well, it didn't get to that point yet. I was waiting for more of a community to, to come on board. So, yeah, like I say, it's going to be a little bit to kick off the rust and get out of the little bit of awkwardness. There's nobody sitting here and talking to the walls, but you guys are there. I don't have the selfie mode on. I figured that would be maybe a distraction. You're more than welcome if you want to get on, but you can watch from behind the scenes. I know in the past when I would check in the back office, if I start at 9, 10, 11 p.m. and I would sometimes go to 5 o'clock in the morning, It could be on 3, 5, 8 hours. Facebook will cut you off after 8 hours, 11 minutes. That's it. You're chopped. I've been there. I've done it. And I won't call out anybody's name because this is more of a candid, very casual thing. If I had to, I have to walk around to, check to see what's going on. But I had quite a few people starting to come around, and they were on, regardless of what time I started and what time I finished, 5 a.m. I mean, I don't know who these folks were, but they were on. So as I say, I had a lot to I was contemplating that I would be sharing. So we'll see. We'll see as time goes. And if necessary, if I need to take a break, that does happen with what's going on, where I have to get down and horizontal, and I got to put this up in the air for a bit. So I would try not to hold things up too long if that comes down to that. But I really appreciate everybody's time in the past. Appreciate your time if you're hanging out behind the scenes now. I don't know if you're washing dishes, if you're you're chilling out, you're relaxed on the whatever you're doing. I don't know. You're sitting on a tailgate, but you're more than welcome to pull up a chair, kick back, relax. And this is about the work in progress. It's not performance by any stretch of the imagination. It's just about me working my tail off to get back in shape. I don't know how musical it's going to sound off the bat because I'll be doing a lot of exercises. There's a lot of cool stuff in these finger styles that I had been working on in the past. Tons of exercises. Charlie Parker. This unusual blues type of pattern. The enigmatic scale, which pretty neat that there are these a number of hidden scale fragments within this very unusual scale. Man, for the life of me, I had all these ideas. I'm going to talk about this and that, and it's all out the window over here now. But I don't know. It's going to take a bit. I was into a flow, and then it just all the crap hit the fan. Well, I guess I'll tell you that part of it. How the storm began. At least I'll give you that much. I won't start ripping on these medical facilities as of yet. But it got pretty intense. And but this freak thing, it was April 15th. This happened, and so word to the wise. I don't know if it's the age. Early 60s. I don't know what it is that why, but I had a sock that I typically, if you want to roll your socks down, if you have shorts on, whatever, and I had it halfway down my shin, and the elastic band left, and I'm also a little bit, I have this ring light here, and the flash is on because that'll tell me if the broadcast gets cut, whether it's a storm or the signal drops for whatever reason. I'd have to go and restart the whole thing. But the I was sitting right here, actually, on the end of the bench, and had the sock halfway down, and my foot started feeling a bit fuzzy under the entire sole of my foot. And it was about 2 hours I had it like that. And so I took the sock off, and I said, wow, check that out. Left, like a rubber band, if you had a rubber band on it, left impression in your skin. And it took about 2 weeks to dissipate. It was just about, all right. Like I say, there was a couple of drumming streams, and I remember I was sitting there and kind of just, whatever, was talking about it, saying how I got to be careful. And that was the calm before the storm. And we have some big dogs around here. And so we have a Rottweiler that she's built like a tank, man. She's a beast. And she's like a bear on leaves. You cannot hear her coming. In fact, one night I was out by the pool, by the fence. I was repairing something. And I turned around, and it was like, whoa, her face was right here. I just, for half a second, I got startled because I didn't even know the animals were out. But anyway, we had a couple of Tibetan Mastiffs, and some things happened. Actually, a very foolish thing happened with a contractor that had been here. And the female, who was the American version, she was getting to be a bit challenging, So she had to be given away. Someone was having difficulties in their neighborhood, and they wanted it, protection. And the male, who looked more of a lion, if you look down my page, you'll see him there. He was, in fact, I have a shot that I'll have to show at some point. I have some video that, people on the property, and he's busting out the window to get to them. But this contractor was here, and the dog is tethered to a big oak tree. And you don't mess around with these dogs, okay? When he opens his mouth, there's not a human being that can't fit their head completely inside this thing. I mean, it's huge. Anyway, so in fact, if you put them on a chain link and have them tethered, and there's a pack of wolves, they'll take every one of them out, no problem. By themselves, wagging a tail, they can protect the whole village. That's the kind of dog that is. But anyway, so he's tethered, and this contractor, he says to one of my family members, you can get me on video with you. I'll go feed your dog, and you'll get me on video with him attacking me. And I heard about this. I was actually by the window by myself, and it's a very large property. So we're kind of whatever, we're separate but together, so to speak. And I had just missed it. There was some lawn care going on, and so apparently this dude, he walks out, and trailing behind this, one of the fam, and he's saying, man, I wouldn't do that, but he just took it upon himself. He grabbed the bowl, and he walks out there, and the dog had a lot of slack. And he puts the bowl down right in front of him, and the dog is just he's laying down, but he's up like this, And he just, and he puts it down, he doesn't back away or anything. And the dog looks up at him, and that was it. Boom. He put him on his back, and he nailed him 5 times. And as soon as I heard that, I said, that's it, man. Now we're going to have a problem and I said, you're going to watch every single day, you're going to watch this progression, that this dog is going to get more possessive with its food. And where I normally would be able to walk in, he was starting to moan and groan. And there was an incident that came close with me and one of the young boys. And then after that, I heard that he was not too happy with children getting into his food bowl, and that was it. The next day, he was gone. He actually went where the female was. With that person that's having tons of trouble in his location. So, anyway, look, I'm not the greatest storyteller. I put it on the table, take it for what it's worth. But you don't mess with those dogs. You know, Tibetan Mastiff. And he was he was from China. So, anywho, what else? So, I guess we're going to get right into it. What time is it now? All right. Man, I had so many things on my mind that I was going to say. But if I start to open a can of worms, then it's, you know, we're just going to keep going, and it'll be 3 hours before we start with this here. What was I saying? About the ranting. That's what it was. And it's in the bio now. So, okay. So with Stickin' on the Beat, that's the main umbrella trademark, and then we have engineering the drummer, engineering the guitarist, which I need. So we're re-engineering. That's what this is. You know, again, I've been doing this since my childhood. Been in many original bands and tribute bands, and done enough traveling and all those kind of things. You know, now that I think of it, Don Dokken, from the band Dokken. Again, I'm not going to say I'm into any, whatever you're into, you know, that's your business, whatever your doctrine is, whatever band is, you know, I grew up with Kiss and posters in the room, and, so you'll have to forgive me if there are things that trigger off and I maybe say something that's, you know, that might not tickle me these days. But in any event, I'm just speaking of the people themselves and their musicianship, and maybe some of the challenges if they've had their own injuries and whatnot. But I know that he had, I believe, some back surgery, and it wound up, they messed him up, you know, affected his whole arm. And I know he's been home. I don't know what the update is. I haven't checked in a while. It happened before my injury, I believe. And, you know, talking about how miserable it is, and you can only do whatever. And but I say this, you know, you hurt your hand, that's one thing. You hurt your leg, there's a whole host of other issues. You know, when you have to hobble around, and, you know, it's... in fact, now I think I hear actually some thunder rumbling. So if it does turn out to be, you know, something that's intense, and it does, and it has happened before, where I've lost the broadcast. And it's been beautiful weather, very hot, but it's like every day is summer, you know, sunshine, and for quite a few weeks. It's been just real pretty outside. Of course, now tonight we're doing this. All right, so I don't know how the audio is coming over from in this room. I don't know how it was in the studio area. I can't get in there. It's too many trip factors with the layers of carpeting and, you know, whatnot, the way it's in there. That's all going to be broken down anyway in the coming months. And even in here, I have to watch the leg on here or here. And, you know, if I catch my toes and I twist my ankle the wrong way, a week and a half ago, in fact, with all of this, after 12 weeks, I'm a little bit of a setback after a week and a half. And you would think it's nothing, man. It's incredible what it could trigger off. But, you know, I'm doing my own PT, and because of the hospital, the whole thing, and, you know, I could have had home health, and, you know, they had 45 minutes for an hour. For what? You know, you have 23 hours that you got to deal with it yourself. So, you know, I'm dealing with it myself. And working on some heel toe. The booming is starting to get closer. Some of the heel toe exercises, and man, happened to be on the walker. I was trying to free myself up from that. It was going really nice. You know, I was like, wow, this is starting to have a nice turnaround. And my leg was just a little too far behind me. When I tell you the outer middle part of the calf it was just a little bit of I know I didn't finish telling the story of the escalation with the Rottweiler, the whole thing. We'll get back to that. And this tiny, it was as if you stuck me with a little bit, shallow, very shallow with a pin. And I was like, okay, no big deal. And I said, but you check, and even in the hospital, I'm on good, researching and learning about this and that. And, because I don't know who to trust, and you have doctors that are helping you, but I'll tell you right now, there's plenty of them that lie right to your face. That's a fact, along with other hospital staff, especially in the upper, supervisory positions. It's a different world, my friends. When you start pulling out their corporate bulldogs, but. Whatever. Anyway, so there's a little bit of a twinge, a little bit of a pinch, So I pull it up and I say, what the, let me just check or whatever. It says, immediately get to professional help, and what? And sure enough, within moments, it's like, all right, here we go, and it's all the symptoms starting, and thankfully it did not escalate to. Some of what I had experienced was pretty brutal. But anyway, so after that whole storm in the beginning with the sock and the elastic band, and I was out with one of so after those dogs, the Tibetan Mastiffs were gone, and we had a couple of puppies, Tibetan Mastiff puppies. And they're getting a little bigger now. But I was playing with one of the puppies, and I was sitting in the sun, no big deal. Normally I'm in the pool area, or I'm at the top of the platform where the stairs come up outside. And out of nowhere, man, I just feel boom, right into my ankle. And it was the Rottweiler. She was all excited because she wants me to get all over her and start rubbing her up and down and everything. And instantly, man, my whole entire ankle, everything exploded. It was just boom. I mean, it was huge. And so that's when the storm began, right there. And a couple of other, I was trying to manage it, and a couple of other mishaps took place. And then one of my dogs popped me on the toes. I'm going behind crutches, and she's laying out. She was real cool, and you don't expect it. You're just on your way to the bathroom, and and she just had it. I mean, up and down, boom. Couldn't hit the good foot. Had to pop me on the toes, man. On the hurt leg, boom. And all it took was just a little bit of a dip, and it contracted everything, and it was like, oh man, here we go. And that led to 3 days of pain that the waves were, I'll tell you right now, they lasted 9-10 hours. Relentless. Just an onslaught. Incredible. Never experienced anything like that before. And I was toughing it out. I did not want to go to a hospital. I wanted to see how long this would take. The series of bones at the top arch of your foot and the side bones are like, I mean, they're just expanding out of your foot. I mean, to see that and to experience what that feels like was pretty incredible. But somebody, one of the fam, finally after 2.5, 3 days of this, 9-10 hours, and then you had a break, and I thought, is this going? And the next day, here we go again. It was absolutely unbelievable. But they were getting on my case, you should go to a hospital. No, leave me alone. I'm not going anywhere. Let me just deal with this, and let's just, get past it. Well, that's where hospital number one, that was the big mistake. Big mistake. So that led me into 2 hospitals that same night. And then a few weeks later, it just, as things escalated, I went into, major teaching university hospital, and one of the newest ones with all the high-tech imaging and this, that, and the other thing. It's incredible. You go somewhere for help, and they're doing things that are hurting you more. And when you're dealing with soft tissue, You know, because your vitals are, I'm healthier than a 40-year-old's. I mean, I can go up and down, run up. I mean, it's unbelievable, you know. But you know, your stats, everything, your vitals, they check. Well, everything's great, you know. So it's yeah, but there's obviously a problem, you know. And anyway, as I say, you hit the follow button. You're gonna have to follow as I do more live streams and put together shorts because. All right, so getting back to sticking on the beat. STiCKIN-OnDaBeat. So Facebook, it's under my name, but you can go to YouTube, TikTok, Clapper. I have yet to put the links on Facebook, so you can just click it and bounce over. But I started the archive because the drumming live streams, you know, before I had a moment. It was around 72, episode 72. I because Facebook deletes them after 30 days. So I started to dump it up on YouTube as an archive, and then I started putting shorts on there, so the playlists are on there. So sticking on the beat. So it's YouTube, TikTok, Clapper. And then as I start to develop more with the ranting and reaction type of content, you know, so I have that's set up. It's ready to go, but I have to get the content going. And I'm going to throw my 2 cents on the table, you know, and the facts, the data, whatever it is. And if you want to challenge me, I know a lot of people, you know, conspiracy versus non-conspiracy. It's, you know, whatever it is, whatever it is, anything that's under the sun that I feel. You know, I've dug the rabbit holes. You know, I got 15 years, give or take, and you know, it's been on my heart for the time. So I'm going to share, you know, put things out there that I can. And in fact, this reminds me now, medical industry. If you go to YouTube, there's a channel. The woman, she used to be a nurse. A homestead journey. And I think she's doing interviews and whatnot, but she'll take clips of, and it's not just the medical industry. She touches bases on quite a number of topics. But doctors, nurses are quitting by the hundreds of thousands. Doctors and nurses. So that's how bad they're saying the industry is getting. But the problem is, if all the good ones, you know, doctors and nurses, all you good people are splitting the scene, what are we going to be left with? So you're going to have, you know, corporate business-minded people that think they're health professionals. And this is why it's going around that we better learn how to become our own doctors and dentists, you know, whatever it is. You know, we certainly have an uncertain future ahead. And I think it's more around the corner than meets the eye, so to speak. But we'll get into things, some interesting stuff for entertainment purposes only. You know, of course, we have to say that. All right, well, I'll disclose the other channel ideas, you know, when I get closer to that. So at some point, this is how I'm working for now. You know, it's raw. I'm in the bedroom area, and as I say, I would love to break out the electric. Not that I'm going to play it any better right now, but I have a small line 6 amp that's, of course, it's down on the first floor. My washer dryer is on the first floor. I can't get down the stairs, you know, unless I have a life chair, which is how they brought me out of here on the ambulance all those times. So I'm like a hobbling hermit for now. And sorry, you guys are gonna have to wait till the winter. I just, finally had a chance to clean myself up. I was a disaster in the especially the last hospital what I went through over there. So that'll be fun to share with you guys. Yeah. But all right. Well, I'm gonna try to sit as comfortable as possible. When you walk, your gait is off with this whole thing. I'm walking with a stiff peg leg. To just keep pressure on the heel. And for a while there, I had a right here where your foot meets your shin. It was like a ski slope. I mean, it was awful. The pressure was incredible. And it felt like on the level of pain, if you were frying eggs in a pan, take the eggs out and put your foot right in there and just leave it there for 10 hours. And that's, it was like, also like if you had a lead boot and you filled it with water, but instead of putting your foot into the boot, take that boot and put it into your foot. It was like you had the paw pads of a dog. That's what the bottom of your foot felt like. The pins and needles, the burning, the whole thing. I mean, the water, the Achilles tendon here was off. And it's, even sitting here, it's, it's getting better, but it's going to take time. This is you take steps forward and it's a little back. Steps forward and back. It's a seesaw, man. So I'm not out of the woods yet. Right there, woods. I could go into something that will go into more of the rant, reaction, conspiracy, whatever. And just thinking about the movie with again, I'm not a fan. I'm not starstruck with these celebrities. But Tom Hanks with Forrest Gump. That name in itself, Gump. Like I said, I'm gonna bite my tongue for now. So tonight was really supposed to be about the music, so I'm gonna stick to that, and I'll do the separate, streams and shorts, whatever, on the other stuff. And I'm sure at that point I will be a little bit more animated and a little more character will come out, because when your adrenaline starts kicking and you get fired up about some of these things that are taking place, I don't know about anybody else, but I've had my share. I've seen enough. It's how much longer can what takes place in this world take? How much longer can it go? So, all right, with that, I'm going to shut up, and again, forgive me, I'm not the greatest storyteller. Maybe I'll get better as I start to get more acclimated and more comfortable. I feel like I'm stumbling over my words, and I was much more comfortable because I was in the flow with the drums, and that I had wanted to do since before picking up a guitar as a child. My dad was in law enforcement, and I respected him, and there were no drums in the house, rotating shifts, and it's just the way it was. And at the age of 9, they put a guitar in my hands. And, that's what stuck. And then I had the opportunity, like I say, 2 years ago, I was doing a bunch of projects for some of my family. And then, so it was more or less a gift. And then, my intention was I was going to sit home, and I said, I've been wanting to do this my whole life, and I'm just going to sit home and just practice. And then it was my niece actually said to me, if you're going to do that, why don't you share your journey? And I said, who the heck is going to want to watch me? All right, now I'm going to practice, this rudiment and whatever. And usually you have everybody out there working behind the scenes and they're, putting it together. And, L.S. DePario, that guy's like a machine. Richie Martinez, I was going to bring him up. I think it was Achilles tendon surgery. Younger dude, I mean, I don't. He's got to be in his 20s. I don't know. I don't know what band he's with, but the Mine Old Symbol showcases. That's where I happened to see him, and I like his style, you know, and so I feel for him. He was down for the count. I don't know where he's at now too. I don't know where his recovery is at right now, but it's like the athletes, you know. You get hurt, and then they're at home, they're in their living room, they're with the walker, they're probably getting aggravated and throwing it up against the fireplace, you know, or whatever. You know, you're trying to hobble your way to the, you know, your vertical window of time when it's that bad is very shallow. You're fortunate if you can make your way to the bathroom, you know, and you're trying to do your drawstring, you're holding on with one hand, and you know, and you're trying to brace yourself, and it's just utter misery. You know, you can't get into the refrigerator to think that you're going to start pulling out, you know, all kinds of stuff and get it to the stove, and you're like, you know, how are you going to, you know, so you have to try to, you know, maneuver around that. In fact, you'll have to excuse me a second. Speaking of which, I have some help right now that's bringing in some supplies to me. Just, if you don't mind, just bear with me 1 second. I promise this won't take too long. I just want to check on something. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Thanks for your patience. No, I said you didn't have to do it tonight. Okay, sorry about that. I apologize. It's been very tough to get any supplies, and there's a 300-foot walk. I can't even get down the stairs, let alone get to anything. And it was just tough to have anybody around, and the timing of everything. And that was part of the big part of the problem. At one point, it had been 5 or 6 weeks since I had a solid meal. All I had was a cardboard box with water bottles and Cliff Bars. That's how bad it got. And my weight dropped rapidly. Then there was starting to be all kinds of stomach problems happened with that. And I had been on, in between the 4 hospitals, I was on the phone with one of them, and they were saying, you know, when you start to decline, you know, it could go fast. And I said, there was the one day I said, I'd never felt like this my whole life. It was like you're on a boat and seeing double vision, and I mean, everything was swimming. And I said, well, I'm not going to panic. Let me give it one more day. And by the next day, I was right back into the 3rd hospital. And came out of there and for one day and was back into another one. And then that was 2 days, and then it was a day break, and then I was right back in, and that was for a week and a half. So, you know, when you drop rapid weight like that, and you're severely dehydrated, lack of nutrition, and my leg was this leg, not that I'm a big dude by any stretch of the imagination, but this leg was half the size of my good side, you know, and forgive me, but your rear side is not round this way, but it's concave because of the severe muscle atrophy. So it got pretty intense. Anyway, so I'll get into more of those deep dive, stories of what happened in better detail. But before the night ticks away, I'm gonna get started with the guitar. You know, I needed that interruption was because, like I said, I had some stuff that I needed. I don't know, should I use the strap or not? I don't know. Well, put it on just in case anything happens. At least it doesn't fall to the floor. But I don't know. Hopefully, it's all in view. I tried to do a couple of, the phone, the camera itself. You do test shots, but then Facebook is, it's framed a little bit differently. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can see the doorknob here on this cubby. I'm sure this is in. I don't know how much of the body here might be out a little bit. Whatever. But for the time being, and I'm going to do a couple of, showcases on the electric guitars. I have 2 collectibles. One of them is, there were only 12 made. It's a Fender Strat, a Motorhead, MOTO, if you ever heard of that. I picked that up in 1995. I have the paperwork on that. So there's some things I'm going to be selling off. That's probably one of them, but real pretty guitar. It's black, has the tortoise shell and the matching headstock tortoise shell. It's got a finished maple neck on it. And a Charvel Surfcaster, if you heard of that. They don't make those anymore. I picked that up in 95, I believe, also. And then I have my workhorse, which is a PRS that was born around 88, 98. I picked it up in 1990. And that's still my workhorse today. The only thing I changed on it were the pickup rings. I wanted chrome, and I put, maybe, I'm sure it affected the magnets, whatever. But, I'm happy with the sound. And the knobs, I changed, because they had that plastic on there. So I put chrome knobs and pickup rings. But this here is Zager, I had heard about, and it's either Indiana or Illinois. I think it's Indiana. Father and son kind of a shop. And for about $1,000, you get this model. But has a nice even tone to it. Zager is the name. Zager. I was looking at the Martins, but I had heard, if you start going under $1,000, they're, I don't know, the next might, I think, have problems, whatever. But this is what I have to work with for now. Eventually I'll bring the electric back in. I don't know if it'll be here at this location or once the transition. That's going to be another whole logistic ordeal in itself. So I'll be heading up north. Yeah. So, like I said, everything's not far. Even the walker too. There's numbness in my fingers from, I think it's the ulnar nerve. Ulnar, yeah. From all that pressure, and you're talking weeks and weeks of this stuff, and affects you in ways you would have never thought of. Where I would, be able to, get some nice movement. I'm like, wow, I feel like it's, I'm playing, this is like, I'm in the first year of my playing, there's no dynamic to it. I can't feather everything nice the way I want to, so I have a lot to work on. All right, so it's going to be patience and tolerance. Unless I pull a stage move and you see me take this thing and crack it on the, I'm not going to do that. I might feel like doing that, but I'm not going to do that. All right. Heard enough of that stuff, man. I'm not going there. We're going to work on other stuff. By the way, this, I don't know if anybody that's a guitarist that would know that. I thought for the longest time it was, right? But he gets that dissonance with these two strings. He puts a little bend, he's on the D right here, on the 5th fret of the A string. Puts a little bend and catches it with the open D, and that's how he's getting that effect, All right, we're not going to work on that either. So again, I didn't have anything definitive. I have my workbooks around. I have this 20-section course I want to get to that I put together for myself, and then probably more sections to come on that. That's based specifically at this time on the enigmatic scale. I have this workbook that's more finger style. So I think I'm going to warm up just real slow. I'm going to put on the metronome. And by the way, this music I had playing is a channel that's it's called Soundless, no copyright. And they put in their description, feel free as long as you give them the credit. So I want to, this particular piece is mellow in the background here. Forest Adventures, Sleep Loop, Tranquil, Lakeside Cabin, Morning Mist. But the channel is Soundless. Okay, so soundless, no copyright. So there, I gave it credit. I want to make sure I'm respectful. Because in the past, on the drumming, if I wanted to just, whatever, just to share something with you guys, and I had put on Def Leppard, let's say. Okay, I'm not saying I'm into them. But if I wanted to point something out about it, and I killed the broadcast because of the copyrights. So and I know people lose their channels because of that stuff, because they're not educating themselves, and I almost fell right into that. So you got to learn about the copyrights and attributions. Okay. Check the metronome. It's a little low coming out of the speaker here. I have to connect to the Bluetooth, and I have to bring in. I can't even get into that now, so we're going to leave it like this. And all right, so what I'm doing here is, again, these are not lessons. I'm just telling, just mentioning out loud what I'm working on. That's all. So as an exercise, just to get these fingers on the right hand going, I'm not doing anything over here yet. I'm in this Frederick Node book, and I'm going to this is in 6/4, so now I have to change this. We got it right here. And the app that I'm using is the free version of Smart Chord. I have Soundbrenner, if you heard of that. I use that sometimes. I had been developing my own speed metronomes on Cubase with some chord pads and whatnot behind it, but that's all down for the count right now. So I'm using the speed metronome on Smart Chord, and then occasionally I use Soundbrenner. What do we got here? All right, so this is on speed, and I'm going to real super slow. I believe the key to fast is brutally slow. I mean, I've done it on the drums, at 20 BPM kind of a thing. And with all that dead space in between, that will train you to be on the mark. Let's see, I'm going to bring it to 50, let's see. This thing is real touch sensitive. I could barely hear it. It's all right. It's not like I'm going to be loud. I'm not plugged in or anything. Now I got to get comfortable on here. That's the thing. All right, I might have to put the air up more. I don't know. All right. So what do we got here? Let me map this out first before I even attempt to. Let me see what I'm doing here. All right, so that's what it is. Backwards. This is not really a practical spot for me. Is that blocking? That's probably blocking, right? whatever. You know, this is the comeback pilot, if you will, right? So I have to get used to working in this space now. Speed it up a little bit. If I was home alone and practicing, believe me, I'll be 10 hours, and I'll start it super slow. Come on. So I'll do this for a few minutes just to warm up. So you can see how tedious, even just that, to try to get the notes clean without buzzing, and so I know the work I have cut out for myself. But so typically, I don't even know how long does this even run. So we started at 60, it's at 64 BPM. I think it goes up to 300. So I'm not going to spend tonight just on this. I'm just doing a few rounds, and then I'll move on to something else. Totally not locking up with it, but anyway, I just wanted to get a feel of what I'll be dealing with that. This is just a right hand warm up, and at one time I went through this whole book. A lot of nice stuff in here. All right, so that's going to take a bit of homework. And when I work, I turn on the camera. You know, I'm not going to sit here by myself. And again, I'm trying to show the progress, and you know, not the polish or the performance, but the work. Maybe it gives somebody else an idea of where they're at and what it's going to take for them. You know, if we apply the 10,000 hour rule, I mean, is that going to be just 10,000 hours of that till I get that perfect, you know, and then 10,000 hours, you know, where do you draw the line? But, all right. So, I'm not going to touch anything else in that book right now. All right, I want to do something with seconds and, you know, intervals, seconds, and, you know, we can go from up to 7, whatever. But I'm going to do some stuff with seconds and I think, I don't know, 7s if I have time to, without exploring the other stuff. So I'm not going to base this on the typical C major. I want to get back to this enigmatic scale, and I'm going to map it out. Map it in, I'm stuck. It's very muggy out. It's very wet out there. It was raining like cats and dogs, man. They were soaked coming in here before. So I'm going to put this back to 4/4. Let me try this other metronome here. If it's any louder. Soundbrenner, now this is 40 BPM, 8th notes. I'm bringing it down. That's 20 BPM with 8th notes. If we go to quarter notes, you'll see how much dead space is between here. You know what I'm saying? So all that space in there. I think that's great for drum training. And I'm going to do 8th notes. Where is it? 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and, okay? So that's where it starts. So this is 20 BPM. And you can start down pick, up pick, whatever. And the way I go about it is that kind of emotion when I do seconds, you know, as opposed to how would it be? Whatever, that kind of thing. But I'm going to travel on the string by string, with the lowest note to the highest note that I can reach. Sorry, I'm going to do this. Hold on. Just going to let it ring out. One time. I missed a note. Just mapping it out. It would be here. There's no fret. Then it would be backwards. Yeah. Actually, it would have been D up here. It would have been... Right, so... whatever. Where am I? Got my work cut out. Where am I here? I need my glasses, man. sharp, right, F sharp. Mm-hmm. So that would be mapping it out. And then I would put it on the speed metronome and just, you know, keep hammering away at that. All right. So those are seconds. I'm gonna put the arm on. I'm sorry. I gotta. I feel like I'm roasting in here. Oh. How you doing? They just don't want to move, you know. I'm gonna have to do all the ring finger pinky exercises. I should be warming up with all those kind of things. A million combinations, you know. I used to fly through them, so that's what happens. You get away from it. Now I gotta play catch up. Just thinking. Things that I could be, working on. Triads. So on and so forth. Is that right? So I got to remap out all this stuff. Is it? It's the lowest note, right? No. That's it. Back to the octave. Man, they just do not want to, it's, yeah. No. Can't be right. I have to wrap my head around all this stuff, man. It's been so it was those kind of things. Can't be right either. It has to be here if it's every other note. What is it? Right? Yeah. Oh no, it's yeah. All right, so there's things to think about. Let's see. Like that. can't be there. It's here, right? Yeah. Forget the fingering though. Is that right? Yeah. What did I say? Yeah. Well, with the what did I say? I know I said I was going to work on sevenths, but I don't know. I thought about this pattern a while ago. I'm just trying to remember it. Not that you would play that as a solo, but you would sneak parts in here and there with whatever your voice leading. Okay, so from here. Is that right? No. How did I do this? Trying to remember the fingering. That's it. No. What? My goodness. What I say? How in the world did I get there? Still rumbling out there. This is it. So that part's right. As I get more comfortable with it, the fingers will fix themselves. Anyway, so that's the patterns. Maybe it was that. All right, so from here, man. How you doing? So we hit them here. This is all based on the enigmatic scale. There it is. This thing here. How you doing? What am I doing? Oh my goodness. So it's to that point. It's the octave, right? So. What? I might have did that. I'm not even ready for the metronome. I'm still trying to map it out. And I would do that across all the strings. And I'm just working, well, yeah. To get a loop. This fingering is everything. Yeah. I just can't get around it yet. Oh. Killing me, man. Killing me. Smarten up. Just can't get it out. How you guys doing out there? All right? Am I driving you crazy yet? It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to just keep going. I don't know if you guys are tucked in, if you guys are tickling each other up, whatever you're doing. I also had sanded the, I forgot if I started with 500 or 600, maybe 400, and then I don't know if I ended off with 12. I don't know I don't remember now. A few years back, all my guitar necks, I took the finish off to help from sticking. Nice clean job. Although I went to town on my PRS a little bit, but it feels pretty good. So yeah, the showcases I'm going to do. And I have yet to contact PRS because what's unique about that custom 24 I have, again, I picked it up in Sam Ash in Huntington, Long Island. It was 1990. I walked in the store just to browse, and there's a younger dude, younger than me. I walked in the door and he's playing. He goes, "Hey, you got." As soon as I walked in, he just said, "Hey, you want to feel a guitar, man? Check this out." And I played it, and that's it. I went home with it. But I want to contact them and just to get their feedback after all these years. But it has, what's unique is a sweet switch. I don't know if they put them on there anymore. It's like a tiny little toggle thing here. The body. So I'll break that at some point, at least to just show it, unless I can get the amp up here somehow. But my pedal board, everything's in there. And then something else I'm considering offloading. I hadn't heard it in so many years. A PV Rockmaster. If you ever heard of that, it's got a tube rack mount head. I plugged in it just to check it if it was still working after all these years, man. And I couldn't believe the sound of this thing coming out of my brother's. I have a Fender Princeton Core. I had one too. I sold it years ago, but I kept my brother's. Fender Princeton Chorus. It has a very nice onboard chorus stereo effect. Real nice sound to it. I put this Rockmaster into that, the PV. I couldn't believe it was coming out of there right before I got hurt. But I have that Fender Strat. Like I said, there was only I have the 5th one of 12. When I walked, it was Sam Ash. I think I got that also. There was a black one and the green one, and some years back I tracked it down. The green one was in Miami. It was in a store in Miami. I don't know what happened to the other 10 of them, but I have the black one. Fender Moto Head Stratocaster. Soft tail, with the bar and everything. They call it a tremolo bar. I don't know what. It's really a vibrato. It's a change in it's vibrato pitch. They call it a tremolo, whammy bar. I have that. The Charvel Surfcaster has lipstick pickups. That was a nice workhorse, actually. The neck feels, it's got some weight to it, but real good workout neck. I hate to part with them, but you can't keep everything forever either, I guess. So that's the 7th. So I was doing seconds if I was working on 7ths in the Enigmatic. You know, you got, I mean, to get these two fingers going, I mean, you got to do tons of exercises, just trills, man, everywhere. You know, real slow, and it's like, oh, come on, man, just go, and it burns, and you burn out your forearm and everything, and but then you'll see how that turns around and you start to loosen up. Sit there and do that for an hour. Very tight, very tight. Anyway. Right? You guys doing out there? Fall asleep yet? Or did you break your phone screen throwing rocks in? Missing a note here. And this scale starts on the one chord. And it just sounds, you would think you want to start. It's actually, there's two unknown name chords. The second, I don't know, I have to look. I don't know if it's the, it sounds like an E major, but it's not. Playing the minor, B minor over that, -7. But, or, you know, invert that. So how do you get that in there? Unless you have, you know, unless you're Joel Hoekstra, you know, that has, you know, these guys with fingers that are like up to here. I had started thinking about saxophone and Native American Indian flute, you know, and the way that moves, and piano. So some other things I do differently when I get to that stuff. But I was applying like slide guitar without a slide. You know, do I even want to venture that right now? I have to really loosen up my wrist and be able to, you know, to nail that. To get that concept going, and then you can use that on any scales. on, man. Better not start popping strings. I don't have anything around me. So sevenths. Right? I keep missing that note, right? Is it coming down out there? How am I getting here? Right? Yeah. Ascending and descending, you know. Other fun patterns, you know, to work on. Terrible. A lot of work ahead of me. Some calluses going. So I was in this Chili Pepper tribute 20 years ago, and this guy was auditioning for bass. He wanted to play bass, right? And but he was more. I was with some friends and whatever. This project was like industrial type of thing, maybe. And he was very simple, played with a pick, and he liked a lot of effects and distortion on the bass, kind of thing. And he wanted to try doing the Chili Pepper stuff. And I said, all right, I had a bass, so I'll learn the parts. I thought it would be cool to learn it anyway. And I'll teach it to you so you can pick it up. So give it away, Doom, boom, boom, a boom, a boom, 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 a boom, boom, doom, a doom, a doom, doom, doom. That whole thing, We were going over this piece, I don't know how long, and a little while later, he showed me his fingers were bleeding. I was like, what are you doing? Why don't you tell me? Why don't you stop? And he didn't even give an expression that he was like suffering through this. He really wanted to do it, but I said, listen, man, you're never going to be able to do it. So that would be the drill if I wanted to get that clean, that movement again. Original thing I did, so 2000, and actually the woman, we were introduced. Somebody through audio engineering, and who knows if she's on here, if she ever hears this. It's been a lot of years, but she had changed her last name a little bit because she was related to, from what I understand, Jesse James, the old Wild West Jesse James. For some reason, she changed the name. She had some music on TV show Friends. I don't know which parts. A long time ago now. 25, 26 years we're talking. Wow. But I put some music together, and then I had some friends put other parts, I wrote all the parts, but whatever with that. Anyway, she did the vocals and lyrics, but at the time she was going through, she wanted to renew her vows and about a new child, and then so we weren't going to travel, whatever. She had a real sweet, real pretty voice, But when we were tracking, she was in the sound booth and she had candles and she's sitting down, and it just, you know, and around the same time I was interning with a friend in Plainview. There was a like an abandoned military, I think the Navy owned it. And see, there's all these stories, man, that start to happen. That's the thing. So we got in there, post-production. We missed it to go intern. And we missed the filming by a week. But there was in that one of the hangars, they had a 3-story apartment building for this movie. It was, I think it was a remake of all titles, whatever. It was The Devil and Daniel Webster. And I remember we got in past the security and thought, oh, this is cool. We'll meet who the actors were. Jennifer Love Hewitt and Dan Aykroyd, I think. Anthony Hopkins. I don't know. We didn't get to see them. We missed that part by a week. But we got friendly with the line producer and the post-production supervisor. But I did become a little friendly with the editor was John Carter. He Men of Honor, the movie Men of Honor. He was the editor for that. And it was real quiet then, you know, because it was basically like abandoned. You know, I remember we walked up to the building and said Devil Productions up there. And there was a bunch of stuff piled up, and they said, it's all going to get trash, you could tell you. And they were like the director chair, you know, fold up, portable director chair seats, whatever. And I think, Alec Baldwin was another one, that's right. It's funny because I was answering the phones and he called a few times. So anyway, whatever. No, I told you I'm not starstruck. I know enough crap behind the scenes, whatever. So, and they lived not too far. I think his family was about 45 minutes where we grew up from. And I have a friend who was dating someone at one time, and he grew up with them, and they all used to pick on Stephen, from what I understand, in school, the youngest one. I heard that William or Billy, he used to walk around with his books tucked way up higher under his, you know, walked around like whatever. So I think his couch, they said, oh, nobody takes the couch. That was Alec Baldwin's couch or whatever. But he called in twice. I happened to be answering the phone. Back then it was the phone, you know, and they had the buttons. There's a switchboard kind of a thing. So it was one of the things I was doing. And maybe it was what he was going through with Kim Basinger. I don't know what the story was, but he, the first time he called, he was just matter of fact, you know, hello, I answered, hello, Devil, whatever, Productions. Yeah, this is Alec Baldwin, you know, I'm looking for so-and-so, whatever. You know, whatever. The second time he called, I won't forget this. I don't know. I'm telling you, the way he sounded in his voice, I thought for sure he was about to start crying. I remember that so distinctly. I was like, wow, he sounds real blue, man, real sad. Like he's about to go down for the... I don't know what was happening. Maybe it was what he was going through with her. I don't know. And then Patricia Hewitt. So she's very sweet, nice. I think she's passed. I don't know how many years now, but so she called in, and so I answered the phone, whatever, you know, and she, you know, hi, yes, this is Patricia, you know, Jennifer Love's mother, you know, and oh, hi, how are you? Nice to meet you, whatever. And I went to switch her, and I wound up hanging up on her by accident, you know. I felt so bad. I hung up. I said, oh no, I just hung up on her mother, you know. She called back. She had a little different tone. I could tell she wasn't tickled about that. But that led to, you know, being friendly with those, you know, the supervisor and the line producer, post-production supervisor and line producer. Anyway, so John Carter, he was the editor. It was just him and some woman was on I think it was the portable Avid station they had. And, excuse me. And there was a scene that he hands me I'm by the, you know, where they were mixing everything, and he hands me a mic. I'm no, you know, public speaker slash actor slash whatever. But he, you know, he was cool, and he goes, there was a scene where this dude is going through, I mean, it's big windstorm, you know. And he's like, all right, so do this voiceover, and you know, you're going through the wind, and it was horrible, terrible. You know, I because I wasn't putting myself in that frame of mind of like I was really there. I never did that before. He's handed me, you know, I mean, this is 25 years ago. And he hands me the mic, and I'm just going like, whatever, you know. It was just awful, you know. But I mean, it was cool that he asked me to do that. It was just for a working voiceover. It wasn't to get in the we were supposed to be in the credits. I don't even know if that ever happened. I don't know if that even ever came out. Jennifer Love Hewitt, I think she played the devil. I don't. Oh, Alec Baldwin, Anthony Hopkins, Dan Aykroyd. Those were the names that I heard were part of that. But he took the music that I had worked. That was just a small snippet of whatever. It was kind of like adult contemporary-ish. And then, hold on a second, man. I gotta clear my throat. I can't take it. Hold on. Put this on a minute here. This could be late. I told you I could go. What is it? It's the night is young yet. I'm a night owl. Maybe I'm getting a tiny little bit more comfortable. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be right back. Put this on. Again, this is, I don't get paid for promotions. I just turn you guys on to stuff. Soundless, Forest Adventure, whatever. That's the channel. Soundless, no copyright. Excuse me. And, stand up here. Stiff too. Be real careful to not get, you know, between the knee, the calf. At one point we thought, man, if you heard of a bucket handle, that's where the, I don't know if it's the meniscus tears, and it flips to the inside of your knee, and you're locked, man. You can't. I heard that forget about it. Like, you probably would pass out from pain. Unfortunately, thank the good Lord that wasn't the case. Nonetheless, it was bad enough. Anyway, I'll be right back. Oh, meanwhile, I should be eating more. I just, with the weight loss, I hate to say it, man, I was down 132 pounds. But like I said, I'll tell you, when I get to the whole hospital hoopla and what they, fraudulent, man, fraudulent stuff they do. They play games with you, believe it or not, they do. Like the day you go in, they weigh you on the bed scale. A week and a half, I'll say this, a week and a half later, they tell you if you're 132, and I should be whatever. They tell me a week and a half later, and I knew something was up with all the, like I said, I'll get more whatever about it. But the morning of, I already known it was up to stuff, and oh man, some of these people you'd love to have an outside conversation with. Let me tell you. Lie right to your face. But anyway, a week and a half later, it was about 5 in the morning, and a nurse technician weighs, from 132 to 1. So, oh, you're up to 147. I said, excuse me? You mean to tell me I gained 15 pounds in a week and a half? You would have to eat, a person would have to eat 53,000 calories in a week and a half to gain 15 pounds. The most a human being could eat is probably 22,000. Look it up. 3 meals a day, double protein, whatever they were giving me. I mean, as far as the like the food and nutrition, I mean, there were good people there. I'm not saying they weren't. It's just that every 2 days you get a different doctor, and as you start getting closer to you start to see a shift, and then you know they're up to something. And mostly because they want to get you and push you out. So they start bringing in they go from the genuine, right, to the corporate. I said 147 pounds. I said, you had me in. I said, no. You're supposed to get the person off the bed, get a tear weight, zero this thing out, and then you put the person back on there. And I hear dogs out there. That's what it is. So, because the day you go in, there's not all the stuff, and I tell you what, you'd be amazed how, and I had because of this, I had all different positions, and like I say, for weeks, I couldn't get to my right side. The most I could do is I was locked in a lounge chair position on this bed. I was stuck up here. And that's all I could do is get my good leg to because everything is numb from your butt all the way down to the bacula, to your feet, to your toes. Everything is numb. And she starts telling me, yeah, well, it happens to people and this and that. I don't, yeah, okay, how you doing, lady? Tell me I gained 50 pounds. The pillows, heavy blankets, that could easily put 10, 12 pounds right on there. I said, with the amount of food I ate, maybe I had 10,000 calories. I don't know. But if I gained 1 or 2 or 3, I mean, that would have been a miracle. Week and a half. In my condition, the severe atrophy, severely dehydrated. They went through bags like crazy of fluid. Oh, but that was part of the. So they could get their, get their records for what they need, so that you don't have a, no pun intended, leg to stand on. Anyway, we'll get to the more fun stuff as that unfolds. I don't say unbox anymore. I'm sick and tired. Everybody say, let's unbox. Let's change the lingo already. I get bored with, I don't know, maybe you guys are bored with what I'm doing already. I don't know. But I'd be here, if I was practicing myself, it could be 10 hours like when I was younger and, whatever. All right, so I'm going to go on to something else. Just refamiliarizing myself. And for what it's worth, you can see what how I'm approaching things. I haven't gotten anything into opening that up into that course that I put together for myself. You know, that starts off with just basic, you know, down, up, as opposed to just back and forth. You know, you want to be able to alternate real fast between. Let's see, it would be. So it's down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. You know, and you run that. Anyway, there's section by section. There's a lot of stuff that gets very in depth. That's the basic intro part of it. But voice leading, all kinds of stuff. So the next thing is so that was the enigmatic scale, touching on the key of B flat. If I was on the 7th string, I would have the low B. I could tune it down to B flat and then transpose up, you know, whatever the steps. The G string, well, if you put outside notes, you'd be able to put the G in there. You could throw a C in there, start whatever. There's other cool things start to happen. Or you could tune the G to F sharp or G sharp, I guess, if you want it as an open string to be in key. All right, so this here now. It's based on, I don't know, some other stuff. What was I going to do? Whatever, all the exercises. I don't know if I'm going to get to Charlie Parker tonight. When I was working out on that, more the electric, but, you know, I've always said, even in bands or whoever I'm working with, you know, if you can get something to sound good on acoustic, then when you start to bring in the electric and all the effects and whatever, you know, it's nice. But, you know, it makes it a little more challenging. And I think that Blues for Alice is like 220 something BPM. I was close around 180, you know, but that was about 5-6 years ago, maybe. Anyway, this is something else. 12-bar blues, your typical progression. And I haven't done a lot of bands with 12-bar blues. You know, I was more of a writer mostly. I want to change. That's part of why I'm re-engineering to change things. But, you know, to go sit in, you know, Greg Koch or you know, Josh, some of these guys sitting in a jazz or blues club, you know, I you know, to get me up there, and I would have to pre-work it out and think about it, and, you know, where these guys could just, whatever, spin circles around you. Anyway, you know, your typical, you know, right? That would be a typical 12, whatever swing you put to it, kind of, you know, pulse to it. But anyway, you call it. Whatever it's bass, it's G, the C, G, D, whatever, it's all sevenths. I was going to something more extreme. Just for the fun and the challenge of it all. And as far as I got with it, although over the weeks that I was being down for the count, I was in my brain trying to wrap my head around things. You know, voice leading is a big key factor, and I've neglected that a lot. In fact, I have his signature, Denny Zager, is on the back here. He might have been like a Bob Dylan or whatever, but him and his son, Indiana, you know, they're a real nice shop. Had spoken to them on the phone, and you know, whatever, came up with this. So now I'm going to remap this thing out. It's not going to sound like your typical 12-bar blues, but you know, I guess you would layer this in if you had those backing chords, and depending upon how you're soloing and whatnot over it. That was, why did I say GC? I thought it was. That's right, that's what I was doing. I was combining the simplistic version with this complex version and layer. That's what I was doing. All right. To the point where you have one chord every 2 bars. So you have 2 chords within 1 measure. Anyway. I just heard a creak. I don't know what that was. Oh, straps off. Get this out of here. Get this out of here. Right, this is going to be work. This is going to be some work. I'm just, before I start arpeggiating it, I'll just take the chords. Right. No. Really? Little chords. I'm just outlining the shapes. How you doing? Mapping it out. Wait, what? C7. First of all, wait a second. Is this? Hold on a second. Keep doing that. Let's see, I think. Here we go. Put the minor in there. And it must be really muggy out because it was more comfortable before, and I think the thing is cranking, but I gotta bear with me, guys. What the heck? Must be brutal out there. Oh, I gotta walk around like Frankenstein. It's not going to happen overnight. This is, you know. It's okay. Oh, okay, so we got E-flat 7. So we got, trying to memorize it. chords. Yeah, yes. No, these, yeah. Well, stick it. Come on, man. I'm starting to come back. I'm trying to memorize it. Take a while to get the speed up. I don't have my block here. That's the problem. And a footrest. Oh, what if I had the thing next to me the whole time and I forgot about it? What? Oh, man. Yeah. How you doing, man? Oh. Yeah. No. Whatever. I'm just... whatever, man. Whatever. Get this foot up. Anyway, it's not how I would play the piano. It's just playing through every, all 4 notes of the chord and an arpeggio, just to get some movement in there. The next step will be whatever the next step is. From the top. What in the world, man? A little confusing, It's... Anyway, right from the... Oh, no, it's... I keep missing these notes. I'm gonna scream. Right? From here. One more round here on this one. My goodness gracious. Oh man, I just can't hear the chords. What's the story here? Oh, I did enough on that, I guess, for tonight. I forgot how that goes. I didn't finish the story. That was what I was telling before, right? I didn't finish telling the story. John Carter, that's right. So he took, so there were 3 songs on the disc. Girl was, like I said, Jessie Jane, a relation there, whatever. She was a little bit downtrodden, so she didn't really, he took the disc and he returned it, and whoever was doing the music for that movie, he said maybe they'll use a piece, whatever. It was nice that he did that. And he said they liked it, but whether they're saying that or not, I don't know. But I think they did. But he said she just missed it with the vocals because as soon as he said it, I knew. I already knew. It was the way she was. She didn't give it everything she had because of what she was going through. But she wound up in these stories intertwine, you know. So somehow she became friend. If you know who Richie Blackmore is, Deep Purple. So he has a secondary band, Blackmore's Night, and she wound up being second guitar and background. I know his wife was the lead vocalist for that. If you don't know who Deep Purple is, then I mean, you know, look it up. You know, if you don't Smoke on the Water, I guess would be the most. And she told me she wasn't treated to. She was overseas touring with them, and they all had the tour bus. She goes, Pete, they gave me a rental car. This poor thing. She was by herself. She goes, they'd leave. They wouldn't tell me what I had to track them down, and you know, he was a little jerky, from what I understand. But just a small world. So, sometime down the road, and a friend of mine who was a drummer, but he wanted to be more behind the scenes, doing like management. He was doing road managing for Herman's Hermits, you know that band. VH1 companies like that, whatever he was doing. So, but he had been sending it around to different radio stations back in, you know, 2000, 2001, whatever it was. And as he was following up, it was so far, they said, yeah, we know, we're playing the first track. It was like Indiana, Florida, whatever, a few states. She didn't want to tour. She didn't, you know, with what she was going through in her personal life. And we tried auditioning people. You're not, you know, there was no way we were going to replace her voice. It's just that, unfortunately, she didn't give it what she had to in that moment, whatever. But she did wind up in his band. She did that for whatever time. But down the road, I was with this drummer. And so another small world. Anyway, first, before I get to that, so this guy, real nice dude, Dave, he came in to audition, and I don't know, I think he had, whatever he did with his fingernails, I don't know, it was something there. I believe he's since passed away a number of years ago. But anyway, a pin straight, dark black hair. He comes in, if you would have closed your eyes, you had Jim Morrison standing with him side by side, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. I didn't think it was appropriate for what we were doing at the time, but you know, we were kind of being friendly, you know. So we went to go visit him at his place, which was the North Shore of Long Island. It was Mount Sinai. Yeah, it was Mount Sinai. And I remember to get to his house, very long dirt road in the wood, deep in the back in the woods. And this was like the Halloween house. It was 24/7. You know, it was like walking into a wax museum kind of a thing. And it was just, you know, what they did over there. And there was one picture on the refrigerator, just one 5x7. That's it. That was all that was on the fridge. And he was talking with my drummer friend there. And I said, oh, it's cool. I said, you guys, you know, with the house, whatever, you guys have parties, whatever you're doing. Again, this is back 2001, maybe 2002. Yeah, it had to be around that time. Yeah, it's yeah, it was around that time. And then, so I'm staring at the picture on the refrigerator, and I'm getting close, and I said, man, I said, you know, that guy looks familiar right there. I said, is that Richie Blackmore? And he said, yeah. He goes, actually, it is. So he was at the house hanging out there. So he somehow, not even a connection because of the girl I was working with at the time. And I said, so how did you meet him? So he says, I was out walking back in the way in the back through the woods and everything, like a forest back there, you know. And he says, it's the craziest thing. He goes, there's, you know, nobody around. I'm in the middle of the woods. He goes in there, and this figure comes stepping out from behind a tree. And it was Richie Blackmore. So I guess we were laughing about it at the time. What does he do? He goes, I don't know. He was just out there roaming around, and he heard him, I guess, coming up, and he was hiding behind the tree. So they became friendly, and that's all. So we wound up with the picture and being at the house, and that was on the refrigerator. It's just odd, you know, how people connect. But anyway, so this drummer friend of mine that we're still very close to this day, turns out he was, so I'm at his house one day. He's in the Comac area. And he brings out this guitar and he says, this is, if you know what John Petrucci is from Dream Theater. He goes, this was like John's first guitar, I think, that he learned on, you know. So his locker in high school was next to his locker. And they traded, my friend traded his PA, so John wanted the PA system, so he swapped for his guitar. I guess he still lives, from where I grew up, I think he's probably 15, 20 minutes. I won't say what town now, but, and he wanted me, he says, we'll go over there, you know, and, but at the time listen, let me see what I'm going through now. I said, I don't do what he does, you know. And I chickened out, I'll be honest. I felt like if I would have went there, I would have wasted his time or something. And but he did very well. He knew him, you know. And he says, yeah, I'll get in touch with him. You know, we'll go over there. But at the time, I turned it down. Strange, stepping stones of life, you know. Interesting how this person, this connection, and that person, and they know them, and stories. I got stories, man. There's more, a bunch of stuff. Well, can't get it all out one night, you know. Gonna have to follow. If anybody's out there, I really appreciate your time. You know, if you're hanging out, chilling out behind the scenes. You know, I'm just re-engineering the guitarist, if you will. And I guess like James Kirk would say, you know, I want to go where no guitar has gone before. So we'll see what it takes. Struggling through it right now. Trying to get the fingers to loosen up. You know, we'll get more musical. Hopefully, that's the goal. Right now, I'm kind of approaching everything from an exercise standpoint. So you might just be hearing drills. I don't know if you could tell, you know, it's moving your ear to hear the type of chord changes with what I was just doing with that 12-bar, unusual 12-bar, probably the 20-plus variations of a 12-bar blues progression from the most simplistic to, you know, if I was to put this in, like I said, I mentioned some of these other guitar players, Alex Hutchinson, or how do you say his last name? Johnny Highland, who's a better chicken picker than him, you know. Greg Howe. You know, the list goes on. Who's that dude from, he was with Megadeth? Kiko, is that how you say his name? Maybe he's French, I don't know. I think his name is Kiko. I mean, so many, Matteo Mancuso, His dad was jazz guitarist from Italy. I mean, that kid, he always wears the hoodie, you know, and he plays with the fingers, man. Like, I guess it's classical jazz and the applied bass technique. And I mean, he solos, you'd think he's using a pick, he doesn't. And I don't know who can keep up with him. There's a Spanish flamenco player. I don't know I can't remember his name, man. I never saw anybody play acoustic like, I mean, of course you have, what's his name, man? Mike Dawes. You know, some of these guys are into the slapping, and to me, if I want to hear percussion, just for me, it's not. I don't know. I'd rather hear the drums. Whatever, that's me. I mean, they're very masterful at what they do. But what's his name from Australia, man? He's a monster acoustic guitar player. Help me out here. What's his name? Tip of my tongue. He's probably maybe 60s something. I don't know, early 70s. I don't know. So anyway, I had told the story in the past. I had put the guitar down. I didn't think I was going to get back into it. My brother had been a big part of everything I did. He played a little bit. I tried to encourage him. Let's do a bit. We could have been like, I don't know, Malcolm and, you know, Angus and Malcolm. Those two brothers, you know. But, you know, it wasn't his thing to really dig into. Actually, I reworked some of his stuff. He had some interesting pieces. And way back when it was on cassette, there was a girl that I connected with the vocals, very unusual way. She murmured out these. They weren't real clear words, you know. It was just all. She was finding melodies, and then she would develop whole lyrics, whatever. Afterwards, excuse me, but another small world. She was. She lived in. Miller Place area, Long Island. And a few doors down from her was the Karate Kid, Ralph Macchio. I don't know if he's still around there. She told me he got into the laundromat business or something. I don't know. He'd be out in the back playing with his kids on the swings, you know, whatever. But at one point I was dating a girl that her cousin, he was on her cousin's side of the family. Just odd coincidence. And it was a restaurant there. Hell, it was at, come on, it can't be that many years since I've been long. Mama Lombardi's at the catering hall there. And she told me, oh yeah, he's over here, whatever. And we wound up online for the buffet. And she's whispering in my ear, barely, what? You know, oh, he's right behind you, like, whatever. I turn around. I guess he's about maybe this much taller than me. Turn around, hey, how you doing, whatever. Nice, you know, just hello. At the time, he didn't look good. I don't know. He had very dark black circles around his eyes, I remember. But he was right here, standing. I could be right behind me. Karate Kid. My brother was here. If he was, whatever, the jokes he would have been teasing. My brother was a character. He would, man, the things he did, he could make people laugh. And he would act like we would drive up to a fast food place kind of thing, you know. And I remember we went 25A out on Long Island, you know. And there was a park bench, so whoever we were with, you know, we hid out in the car. And he would get out there, and he was the type like there would be nobody sitting there, but he was having a full-blown conversation. And my brother was a heavy smoker. That's really the reason why he's not here anymore. I took him out big time. That was 4+ years ago. But he would sit there and he'd light the cigarette for the person. There's nobody there. He's having a whole conversation, and then he gets into an argument with them. And he probably would have been good acting. and people pulling up the fast food, whatever, in the cars, and they didn't know we were with them, so we're laughing in the vehicle, and these people are pointing like as if he's out there, but he was totally on purpose, doing it just to make people laugh. And he was just always pranking, and if we went to a state park, and we were together, and I walked off, and I think we were at the Arboretum over there in Oakdale one time. Yeah. And, you come walking the distance, and I said, I know he's going to do, something stupid. And you get over to just as you're going for the handle, he's spinning the tires and takes off. And then you're like, all right, whatever. So you go find a park bench, you sit down for another 20 minutes, and he comes back, does it to you again, just to break your chops. Yeah. Well, you don't know what you got until it's gone, kind of thing. You look at pictures, and it's they ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Yeah, fun stuff. I remember I was out in Queens, and I went back in the day before they had Match., all these dating sites. I'm just talking now. We're hanging out, so I'm just whatever. I'm jabbering away. And there was a diner out off the Long Island Expressway. I keep thinking something to do with the name Stars. I can't think of the name of this place. And it was back when there was like the Newsday, if you wanted to date, you wanted to meet somebody, you would get it. It was the newspaper. So it was a blind, you speak on the phone, all right, I'll meet you, wherever. And we were sitting there, and he knew, and the girl he was married to at the time. And I'm glad she's doing great. We're still in communication, actually. But anyway, so just the type of character he was, and playful though, nothing malicious or anything. And I'm sitting at the table talking, with this person, and it had this particular diner has this big picture window, and the glass is wide open, and you could see the expressway and the cars going and stuff. I had no idea what he was about, And all of a sudden, as I'm talking to her, a flash past the window. Just wait, what the heck was that? I said, did you see that? It was, and I didn't realize it at first because I'm focused with talking, and out of my peripheral, I see this flash. And then it happened again. Then I realized, I started laughing, and I said, listen, and I told her, I said, you're going to find this strange. But, it's my brother's out here, and he's trying to be silly, But he didn't know that I had mentioned, and of course they came in, and the woman he's with, she's hysterical laughing, and they go and they sit over there just to, tease me. So, just flashing back different things, Yeah. So I don't know what else should I work on here. Should I work on anything else? It's 12:30. Started a little bit after 9, I think, or 9:30. I don't know. So yeah, it's in my bio so far. STiCKiN'OnDaBeaT. That's the umbrella brand. And to support the other channels, I was just getting to a point where I was, thinking about T-shirts and the typical things that people put together. And I just started exercising again and doing other things. And within a couple of weeks of whammo, with this whole leg. And here it is about 12 weeks later now. And like I say, I'm not out of the woods yet. This is a very delicate recovery, and I have to really watch my tail. anything could be, you know, I tried to have my dogs in here and the one's squirming around and it's just too risky. Although I had one of them in here today. She's a little easier to manage. The other one gets crazy excited. She was the one that popped me on the toes, and I went through that 3 days of hell, man. That was crazy. That, you know, in the middle, I mean, as much what you're going through in the discomfort, and they would just, let's put some icing on the whole thing. I don't know, where was I going with that? But I don't know, was it about the dog? I don't know what I was going to say. About the brand, yeah, so that's what I was working on, right, just before this happened. So it's a work in progress. You know, as things move forward, again, there'll be a trend. I'll be independently, you know, for whatever reasons. It's going to be different. So I'll work this until, you know, and then I have this other thing I'm branching off into where it'll be ranting and reactions, you know. Like I say, in the medical industry, you know, because they want to make them private businesses, just like the police departments. And, you know, if they, you know, doing that kind of stuff, then they can do whatever they want with you. So it's, you know, so between the music, it'll be engineering the guitarist. Drums will come back into play at some point. And then the other side hustle, if you will, with the ranting. I mean, crying out loud, my last name has the word rant right in it, so I think I should do something with that. And I'll be doing some ragging, you know. It's the world as I see it. And you could agree or disagree, whatever. And I'll have my moments where I'm just, you know, with the two devices and this is happening, and I guess it'll become somewhat animated. Depends on how it tickles me or not. Whatever the topic is. There are many. This is just more of like a reality. It's Facebook and we're hanging out, you know. And I don't know, maybe there's a few sleeper bags and I don't know, maybe you're camping right now and you got this on in the background. I don't know, you're flying a hot air balloon, whatever you're doing. But this is about the work. It's raw. You know, I mean, hopefully things get polished over time, but that's not approaching this as a showman per se. And if anybody's aspiring to do so, maybe it gives them an idea of, okay, this is what I'm facing, you know. Some people pick it up faster than others. I was teaching this young kid, man. He had a little, his focus was a little difficult. He didn't do the homework like he was supposed to. He would go through it as we sat there, but he was working on other side things. And, you know, within 2 years, you know, he was He was doing some stuff. For some reason, Jacob the Raps just popped into my head. If you want to hear somebody who if you close your eyes and you have Edward Van Halen and this dude, I mean, he's got to be early 20s. I don't know. I mean, a lot of great players. Pete Thorne. I mean, there's a lot of guys that can, do it. And I had worked at Eruption. I knew, at one time I knew what all the notes were, and I was drilling it. Whatever. In fact, I have some sheet music about it, and I think there was something questionable that I thought everybody was missing somewhere in the beginning of that. But I don't know. I would have to. I don't know if I'm gonna. That's not what I was planning on doing with all this kind of stuff. But with this dude, I mean, the sound, the feel, just the bite that he has. I don't think he does as far as the trill. I mean, Eddie was able to. That's where I started getting that from. I mean, I don't only do it that way, but he would hold the pick like this, and he would just kind of. I mean, that's how I recall seeing Eddie do it. I remember seeing them at it was Madison Square Garden, and I was with another guy whose name was Pete. Actually, we were buddies back in could be 1983, 84-ish. Yeah, it had to be like right there. Well, it might have been when I came back, California, and more stories. I was in a building where some of the hair bands before they were famous, kind of a thing. But I wasn't there that long. But a friend of mine became good friends with a lot of those guys. You would know believe me, all the names and bands. I mean, I got to save some stuff, So you got to hit that follow button. What was the tidbit I was going to share with you? Oh, so for the concert, we had tickets. I think we scalped tickets, and but we were walking by one of the outer doors, and somebody opened it, and we got right in there. There's some crazy stuff happening, not with me and him, but I don't know how I would get into disclosing that story. It was pretty crazy, but some things were happening right, of course, the road directly right in front of me. He was sitting to my right side here, and this. We thought there was a couple there that weren't a couple, and it was before you know it, there was all this. It was insane what was going on. But anyway, my gosh, it was crazy. Anyway, back to the band and what Eddie was doing, and I remember they had this. Catwalk type of steps or whatever up to this upper level, and he was playing the keys at that time because Jump and all that stuff was happening, song Jump. But the one thing that stood out that I remember he did, and we were sitting on his side, we were up we weren't on the floor, we were up a little bit, but I had a real nice view, and he did this thing with the guitar, and the way he was coming down the steps, it was talk about giant these days with giants and all this stuff. I mean, it was monstrous, man. He could do the elephant thing, all these different things. It was like he was taking giant steps, I mean, it was. I couldn't even replicate. I can't even describe it to you unless you were at the show. You know what I'm talking about. I remember that. That was just really neat how he did that. Like a giant, man. It was big, Eddie coming down the steps, boom, boom. I mean, it was just that's, you know. But yeah, been to all that, all the secular concerts, lot of shows. At one time, I had all the ticket stubs. I can't. When I went through the list, I said, "Wow, man, I really went through a lot of shows and all these concerts, you know, Scorpions and Priest, Judas Priest. I mean, Smashing Pumpkins, on and on and on. I mean, I was with the bassist from a band I was in, and we were in New York City. And we walked in because we were trying to get gigs, and Robbie Krieger from The Doors was, I mean, he was already, I guess, a little bit up there, but as far as age. And he was up there jamming with whatever band. But yeah, I've been all, you know, around the village, you know, played those places and up and down the coast and Puerto Rico and really great sound. The Hard Rock Cafe in Puerto Rico that was a really nice sound system in there. CBGB's. That brings back memories. We were doing a show there, and talk about loud on that stage, man. We couldn't even. I was with the bass. It was three of us, and I'm trying to get yelling it back and forth with the bassist, and I mean, forget about any communication up there. You could not talk to each other. You can't even hear each other screaming at each other. But the person who used to do a sound when we had to bring our own stuff was the brother of the bassist. I don't know if they happen to be on here. They could be watching this right now. Or people that know them, whatever. And he was so blitzed at the time that, well, we were told never to come back because he was in the doorway of the front door to come in, and he was relieving himself right there. And so we were banned from going there. I think it actually closed maybe not even too long down the road after that. I don't know. I guess I'm in a reminiscing kind of a moment. Molly Hatchet, I was with the band. Oh, that's just another story. So I'm in a band. It was like a blues kind of a thing, and we had two chicks on backup vocals. Yeah, so this leads into seeing how these things just meander and weave their way through these other people. The bassist, this is the strangest thing, and what I went through with him, too. I was not too fond of something that he did, but really got under my skin actually at the time. But I had words with him about it. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that part. But anyway, so he was very good friends with John Maestro from the Brooklyn Bridge. You know, 16 Candles, those kind of songs. And while Johnny Maestro, he did some vocal stuff for them. And a friend of mine had a garage studio conversion. And he asked me to do some secondary guitar stuff on it. But the guy who was playing bass, who had made that connection, in fact, he made a connection. Now I'm flashing back even more. So Aerosmith, Joe Perry wasn't in the band. I hope it's worthy of me telling. I don't know. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't know who's on here behind the scenes or on the stream, whatever. But catch the replay, or if I happen to load this into the archive for on YouTube, at least so I don't lose it after 30 days. But anyway, I don't know. I'll probably wind up. I'll forget that I told the stories, and I'll wind up retelling down the road, whatever. But with the Aerosmith thing, Joe Perry wasn't in there. It was I have his guitar pick, Jimmy. Come on, man! I haven't thought of his name not long ago. I have to remember. I'll just to prove the point that I have one of his guitar picks. Crespo? Is it Jimmy Crespo? I think his last name is Crespo. I don't know. Look it up for me. I don't know. See if that's what his name is. So he knew them somehow, and he put me on the phone. We were talking about amplifiers, actually. And for some reason, I remember him talking about a particular, the Fender. It was a half stack. I wound up getting it because I was talking with him about it. So whatever, he put me on the phone with him. But there was a little music store in Patchogue, New York, Long Island. And they came there to sign autographs, and it was Steven Tyler and Jimmy, I believe. I don't know if any of the other guys were there. Again, Joe Perry was not in the project at that time. So I think it was the album Night in the Ruts. I think they're like maybe in a cave, and they have wardrobe that they're chipping away at, like they're mining in a cave maybe or something. I don't know. I think it's Night in the Ruts. Because the bass player dude that I know, so he had gotten them. He knew the owner of the store, I believe, and somehow he got them to go out there and. I remember there were a lot of people out in the street and in the parking lot, so they were signing autographs. But funny thing is, in my family, there's 3 young boys, and they, these TV shows, and if I could rip anything apart, this one show, Jesse, it's called Jesse, and, with the butler there guy, and the big lizard, of course, right? We got the reptilianism. I mean, it's to talk about. Sorry, folks, for entertainment purposes, conspiracy versus non-conspiracy. I mean, you can't be that much in the dark unless you're an ostrich and you're burying your head in the sand. I mean, you must know these things are all over the place, talking about all this stuff. But, the symbolism. Anyway, there's an episode, there's some sort of an event, and the boys have it on there. I can't even stand to hear the theme song and the whole. I want to run out of the house if I hear that kind of a thing. And man, I got something in my eye, and I just happened to be looking at the screen at that moment. I'm critical thinking. I don't know, it's just where my brain goes, and everything. Wait till I start pulling out things. I know people are gonna hate me for this. I know they're gonna hate me for this. Some of the old TV shows, Honeymooners and Voyage to the Bottom of this, all these things, man. Until I caught on to what was, I'm telling you, this stuff is loaded. And I'll back it up, man. I'll put it on the table, and then you try to disprove, unless you can come and bring something and prove otherwise, that's what stands. I'm just telling you right now. I'll save those details just for fun and entertainment. And I still, I like to look at the stuff and just to explore what's there, and I, reminisce as from my childhood. Some interesting things, I'm telling you. with that. But anyway, back to this dude. So the host comes out, and I did a double take. I said, "What?" It happened to be him, and he knows if he's hearing this. I'm not going to say the name, but he'll know what I'm talking about. And as superficial as the dude was, that I remember him being, he was a player, you know, and I know he was working all these people, man. Just the way it is. If you're out there, you know, I'm talking about you. Yeah, I am. You know, that's if anything, I'm very forthcoming. I wear my heart on my sleeve, you know. But if you're going to be insincere, you know, then I got a problem with you. The acting wasn't that good. I'm just saying objectively speaking as a third party, I would say. It was kind of cheesy and whatever, but it hit me like, wow, you know, I used to be in a band with him. Yeah. Life is strange, man. It's a small world after all. Tapping, I do some tapping stuff. I can use my index finger, or I hold the pick and I just use these middle and ring finger. I don't know. I haven't streamed in over 3 months, so I guess I'm just content sitting here and relaxed. And I don't know. Should we wind it down? Should I let everybody wind down? I mean, I could put on the metronome and just start drilling some stuff and shut my face for a bit. I'm happy that my leg is allowing me to do what I'm doing. I thought by now, a while ago, I would have been up on the bed with my foot up in the air, because the gravity pulls it to the lowest point, and it just loves to get underneath that ankle bone and behind the heel by the Achilles. Although the ball of your foot pumps, and then your toes, it's the freakiest thing with balloons. You know, they start to separate, and they separate and point to the ceiling, like you're blowing up a balloon. In addition to the pins and the needles and the burning and the all the other symptoms. But when it peaks, it's like a kidney stone. You cannot get, I don't care if you hang yourself upside down, unless you take something for it, you can't escape it. So I don't know, threw a few things out there. I got more stories. Mentioned a few people. I'm sure people, you guys know. Or know of. Just thinking, man, just thinking. There'll be other streams. I'll break out the material, and believe me, I'll be getting to work. I'll be digging in. There won't be time for talking. Unless I make the time to shoot my mouth off. I might go to sleep here tonight. I feel very content at the moment. I don't know. I'm just stiffening up already. And that could become a drill in itself, you know, just how focused you are on sweeping and trying to find the sweet spots. Whatever. I know I got my work cut out for me, that's for sure. So, I don't know. What do you think, folks? Something a little, I don't want to say mundane, but, you know, for me to start digging into this, I mean, finger picking, I'll take a look at something. Let me see. To say simple, I mean, it is a simple thing. I mean, it's a duet, really. I think this is supposed to be a duet. But I had worked it out. I think about it. Some years ago, Flight of the Bumblebee, there was something I was doing with that. I was trying to wrap my head differently around the whole thing. Wasn't that? Yeah, because I was working on a Kentucky bluegrass thing at that time. I don't know. Let's see. I'll go back to the beginning here. Back to the basics, you know? Gotta be open-minded to the basics. I'm gonna standards to be turned more. I'm gonna map this, remember this, just to see what this sounds like. Think about how I remember doing this now. First measure. Is that what it is? Again, it's supposed to be like a duet, you know, study piece. Well, is it? My combinations, you know, it'll have to come back to me. You know, as opposed to just using the same 2 fingers kind of a thing. What is it? Hey, 1 measure at a time. One of my TMs, man. Practice, not performance. 1 measure at a time. Sometimes it's 1 note at a time. Whatever, I'm just going to do it. I think about the combinations, however I reworked it out, if and when it should come back to me. But, what is it? No. Whatever. That kind of thing. Killing me here, man. No, it's, keep doing that. Well, every time you go around, you know, it'll clean itself up, whatever. A pretty little thing. Again, that's intended if you have 2 guitars. But there's a lot of in-depth. It's all just the basic stuff. I know I did something unique with the fingering here, and don't ask me what it was. I had this pulse to it. Of course, I intended the speed to be, you know, so huh? No. Okay. No. Wait, what is that? Yeah. Okay. Right. All right. So it's I think it's. Let's just try to get that right there. Right. So it's all duet stuff. I mean, right. Yeah. Okay. Can't get the mute. Come on, man. It's being stubborn. I don't know. Pull it up. That I could put that on the metronome and just, you know, put 10,000 hours on just getting that perfect. And then, you know, you could apply that to your own whatever. Whatever. Figure out whatever combinations. But this gets, you know, advanced. There's some pretty intense stuff in here. So I'm going to venture that as well. Now that I opened it up, you know, sort of get back to the basics of it. There's going to be some cool stuff in here. Whatever, I'm in no rush. Like, when we shut down, whatever. Charlie Parker. I don't know if I want to get into that just yet. Well, I was talking about seconds and sevenths. What's here? Thirds? Was I going to do thirds? Oh no. No, I just had it on sevenths. Ascending and descending lines. Jazz melodic minor. Oh man. Wait, what? Starting on low strings, starting on high strings. Ascending, thirds. Well, ascending, let's see, descending. I need work coming back down from the high strings. I don't want to do thirds or sevenths. This is all based in C, but I want to go back to the enigmatic scale. I mean, I don't know. Should I do this? Wait, what? Sorry, where am I still? I'm not even on the wrong note here. Is that what I want to do? What is it? C, right? I'm stuck again here. Just thinking about how I would want to approach it. No, so sure. There's a few different ways to do it, you know. I guess you pick a few different ways and see what works best for you, and then hammer it home. Okay. Yeah. maybe. What? Oh, getting a little sore. Descending in thirds, jazz melodic minor, right? That was... Oh, it's flats in there, I'm sorry. It's not jazz melodic minor. All right, so it's got to be... This just raises the stakes, man. Right? Really? Drawing a blank on the scale itself. What was the... I can't find it. Scale sequence. Where is this? Yeah. Oh. This is what I wanted here for a second. What is this here? It's almost kind of like, wait. That would be Dorian, right? Yeah. Says, no. Yeah. Well, let me do that. Let me run through. All right, so that's the scale itself. Yeah. I would be running this with the metronome. I'm just playing around with it. So it's the same as all. Wait, what? Like that. And then F. Yeah. No. No. Hey, what? Yeah. Oh, what am I doing? It's not E, it's E flat. What am I doing? Right from here, E flat, E, F. Really appreciate time if you're still hanging out. It's almost 2 a.m. Hit the follow button. Much more on the way. Stories, reactions, rants, music, drums, guitar. Well, drums come back into the picture at some point. What was I? Right, yeah. Can't get that, man. Yeah. So we're not going to stop until I get through this whole exercise book. We're just going to keep going, even if it takes the next 3 days. Get a break. Get a break. Coming back. You guys are still there. That's really super cool of you. Really appreciate it. I'm getting sleepy weepy, but I'm in the moment, I guess. Now I want to keep drilling this here. Appreciate your time. Hope you guys had an awesome weekend. Sure. Oh, man. Yeah. I'll get that straightened out a second. Do a little bit more work, go the extra mile, you know. You know, I got everything all set up. It's been 3 months since I've done any instrumentation, so after laying for hours, this is what you got to go through. You got to make sure the knee is not, you know, can't even get back to PT unless you got to look for the signs. And there has to be no tightness in the knee and whatever with the ankle and the foot and all, yada, yada. Calf. Got to be real careful how that gets engaged, because I do not want to be backpedaling. That's for sure. Because I have had enough of it. And this could still be a couple of months ahead. Who knows? This one. Oh crap! I hit the wrong button. had a snack attack. I really have to focus on gaining weight, getting the weight back. £132, severe muscle atrophy. And then they falsify their records, hospital. They got some nerve, man. They must think that people are stupid, that you're at their mercy. Well, I mean, in some cases, of course, you are at their mercy, but with the morning of what, like I said, I'm going to save the best, you know. Mm-hmm. I'm not done with them. They're getting called out. And I guess part of the whole ranting reaction is, well, it'll be upcoming on the bio for the other side hustle channels, if you will. But that won't be specifically, no, that won't be on Facebook, I don't think. I think it's just going to be YouTube, TikTok, and Clapper. When I put those shorts together. But I will be mentioning the names of the hospital, the institutes. And, you know, as I guess, you know, guarding the people, helping to guard the people of the world. That's how I see approaching all of this. Because I feel if anybody in that position that's going to walk into those places, in some cases I'm sure they do good things for people, but not the hell that I went through. Anyway. Nerve of them, man. This one doctor's smug, man. I'm telling you, I know it was a woman, but corporate dogs. Every 2 days you get a different doctor, you know, and you see they go from the nice, you know, from the nice and warm, and then they get to the lukewarm, a couple of days, and then they go to the cold. And then they bring in their whatever you want to call them. I am not a perfect man, but let me tell you, you're in a facility where you're seeking care and help. And when you get to that level where they're They're corporate dogs. I don't know whatever title you want to give them. And they blatantly lie right to your face and try to manipulate you, and it's sick. It really is. Really, it's crazy. Fun convo. More to come. Got to hit that follow button. Appreciate anybody's time hanging out. But just to have the company, not even whether it's about this or not. Whatever. So I'm going through this somewhere, jazz melodic minor, scale sequences in the key of C. But then I would, if I wanted to take something, fragment, and then I could apply it to something else I'm working on. Whatever. We'll see over time how things come together. I feel like I need. Sometimes I have wristbands, just to help you slide a little better. I haven't used those in a long time. Right. Sweatbands, Right. Well, I mean, there's, variations of those kind of movements. Let's see if we can get some other stuff going here. I mean, there's. Let's try this. Let's see that was 4/4. Let's see what we have in 12/8. 12/8 time signature. I really want to get back to the drumming. That's did this, love the guitar, and now after today, what I've been through, I'm determined to take the guitar where I haven't taken the guitar before, so to speak. And if my brother was here, I know he would say, you better do it. So, what is this? That kind of a thing. 12/8. 12 notes per measure. The 8th note gets the beat. Anyway. Just envisioning how I would want to move that around. No? Wait, what? Oh, well, anyway. Excuse me. Right? No. What happened? Where did that light go out? Are you kidding me? What, did it burn out? The ring light burnt out? Come on, man. I've had it on for... Oh, I gotta watch this leg here. I thought the broadcast went out. Why did that go out? Oh man, I have another small one, but I'll have to put the other light on for now. Really? Did it really burn out? Come on, man. Maybe it needs to cool down. Come on, man. You gotta be kidding me. I think it burnt out. That was a gift, too. Did it really burn out? I mean, the adapter does feel a bit warm. I don't know. We'll see if it cools down. I'll have to try another. I can't disconnect that right now. Well, it is what it is at the moment. I have to put the other light on. Well, that's a drag. Well, it's going to look different now, but it's almost only 2:30. Oh man, I mean, I hope it didn't burn out, but I'll have to try a different adapter. Because if I pull that out, I think I do have another one over there. All right, I don't know. Yeah. Should I or shouldn't I? No, it's not here. It's in a different spot. Maybe if we switch it with that one. Yes. Let me just get the other one where I think it is. These are the things. What in the world? What did I do with it? It's got to be in here then. I know I had it. It's a little tight in here. This is just what I need to, I need an obstacle course for to help the recovery. I need an obstacle course, you know? To make it a little more awkward and challenging, you gotta have an obstacle course. Oh, it's back on. Oh, there we go. There we go. Where's the that adapter? Oh, no, I don't have to use that one. A little warm. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so now. Wait, what? Ascending thirds. Minor. I mean, I like to do them hybrid picked, but that kind of thing. What do they say here? Do it that way. Good. Wait, what? And of course, to go to the lowest note, I mean, on any of these, I should be really working it down here. I'd like to get the 7 string out. That's not happening right now. No, backwards. E flat. I just don't have that kind of reach. Where did it go? It's going to take metronomes to get that cooking. These are ascending, but even though it's walking down, it's anyway. Let's see. So on and so forth. Is it? I don't know. Something, maybe. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what I'm hearing. Whatever. By the time I mess around, try to. What else? It's almost 3 o'clock. It's not losing my voice. Oh, it's in fourths now. That was all exercises in thirds. Then it goes fourths, fifths, sixths, sevenths. That would be. Um, oh boy. Anyway, fourths. Just get a little flavor for each. Descending. It's descending, even though it sounds like it's traveling up. Just from the high note to the low note, so it's descending. You getting all this? Oh my gosh. Fifths. Starting to feel it a little bit now. Skipping fifths. I don't know, I did some sevenths work before. I don't know. Let's see what else. Sevenths. I don't know why I put all these markers and they just fall out anyway. So. Yeah. What's the next section? Arpeggios. Well, I did that with the 12-bar blues. The arpeggios. This is all different chords. Arpeggio sequences. Arpeggio sequence. And there's a ton of stuff here. Skipping this here for now. More of this here. Shred it up and throw it around for a party. Diatonic, arpeggio sequences. These are all C major. Oh, so I would have to transpose everything. Lots of good stuff to work on. And incorporate that into just, soloing and whatever. It's nice if you have the electric and the bar, and you can do all this weepy stuff. And I have a book in there, Paganini. All the violin solos. Ton of stuff to work on. "3 a.m. folks. Guess we've been on here for about, 5-6 hours. I don't know. It's your turn. Well, tell me some stories and let me know. Do you play an instrument? What do you aspire to? Starting to feel it now. Really nice stuff in that book. This enigmatic scale, man. I gotta get my head around the whole thing. Where did I go from there? Anyway, the ending, what's this now? The finger use. Oh man, I can't even think anymore. What was that? What is it? Whatever, another different scale. Oh. Oh, shame. Whatever, so on and so forth. How about some Tool on acoustic? Tool. What the hell is that? I'm not even gonna go there. Not doing it. There's something different about that and that too. It was. That's it. I don't think it's. Is it the A? I don't know. Don't know anymore. You're killing me, man. You're killing me. I don't know. I guess I'm just pushing it out. Come on, man. Need a real light pick, and I don't have a thin on me. What happened? I have a capo, but it's in the case all the way there, of course. Man, I just can't. Why? Why? Isn't that happening? just can't get it to feather. I guess it probably is time to cool the engine, if you will. Engineering, re-engineering the Guitarist. Yep, a lot of work. Can't get that on the first shot. Oh my gosh, I don't even remember. Oh my gosh, I don't know any of that. You need the flange on there and everything. What the heck was it, man? All those whatever things in there. The intro, whatever. Oh man, whatever. I just can't hear it. Don't know anymore. I'm planning on working on covers anyway. So. Pretty beat, guys. If anybody's out there and you're still I don't know what to tell you. I greatly appreciate your time. You're a real trooper. This is the comeback pilot. I'm Pete, and I'm Beat. All right? I'm Pete, and I'm Beat. I don't know when the next live stream will be. I'll put the word out there. A lot of work ahead of me to make this happen. Drumming down the road, ranting, reacting, numerous topics, good, bad, and different. Storytelling, life stories, you know. That's it in the raw. You guys are always welcome. I invite you over. It's like we're hanging out. Yeah. I think this is where we're gonna park the engine for the night. And I'm going to dig more into some of the fingerstyle stuff, so this way it sounds a little prettier. From Charlie Parker. I got to think about where I want to go, what direction with this unusual 12-bar blues progression. I have that course thing that I laid out for myself. So I gotta get that going. And I really want to dig into some voice leading. I think that's a big key there. I don't know what else more to add. I probably said too much. How does that song, how does that go by R.E.M.? I haven't said enough. I've said it. I'm not big on lyrics anymore. I'm more into instrumental. That's one of the goals, actually, was to, I use the speed metronomes just for drilling things out and, you know, being able to play it slower and faster tempos. But ultimately, I think some atmospheric soundscape type of stuff, but underneath it, I want some heavy guitars. Gent, if you know what gent is, D-J-E-N-T. Very thick and a lot of low end, heavy stuff, undertow, you know, pretty soundscape, atmospheric, ethereal, and then underneath, boom. And the goal was to track all of that stuff and then get the drums going and then play that live against everything else that's tracked. If I was going to do vocals, you would not want me to do vocals. I probably that would be the one thing I would depend on AI. I would have to do my thing and then use that to enhance the whole thing like that. More anthem, I don't know. I don't, not sing-songy kind of stuff, but, you know, heavy, tribal, war drums, you know. Where I have that in mind from is I think about the future, and I think the ultimate war would be Armageddon. So I could just hear that whole thing. But I got to get this leg and this foot, the whole thing here, man. My gosh. Can't get back to that stuff until I get this in shape, you know. And not that I should complain, because there are people who got it worse. Like I said earlier in the night, you know, these people with these challenges, whether they're born with it or they're some tragic event. Some of it's by their family. I heard a story recently about the stepfather and there's a pretty girl and why? What is wrong with you, man? What is wrong with some of these people? I don't know if it's something in the food. Are they drugs? Is it spraying the sky? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Is it demons? What is wrong with these people that you have to go and do something like that? I mean, you completely alter this, and then the suffering and the 7 years of what, you know, that you can't eat solid food because, all the massive surgeries to help this poor thing, you know. You know, and I can complain, you know. I mean, we have things in our lives not to, you know, minimize, but you know, but in my life, I'm here. You know, I still have to get through this. I can't ignore it. You know, I would love to fix everybody's problem. I mean, that's in my heart. I really would. I mean, I see these things, and I forget about it. You know, river. We could fill up. You know, the Euphrates. I mean, you see how dry that thing is running. We could fill it right back up with all the tears. It's really a shame that people want to hurt people, man. It's crazy. It's part, you know, and then, I mean, if we want to go on a broader spectrum, again, I'll open up the whole can, but, you know, the black and white agenda. You know, this country, our country, we hate you, you hate us, whatever, but then you got everybody pulling the puppet strings, laughing behind the scenes. You know, instigating all this, the illusion, creating the illusion of opposing sides. Everybody's got to wake up, man. But, I mean, the inevitable, you know, whatever's written, whatever's going to happen, you know, we could all want the best and hope and pray and, you know, and be the, you know, everybody's there for each other when there's these tragic events, 9/11, you know, these kind of things, and then what? I don't know. It blows me away. You know, again, I've gone through these rabbit holes the better part of 15 years. And the way I stumbled across it to begin with, I was actually looking up guitar effects pedals one day. I was online, and I saw this thing that I thought was a movie trailer. And I said, but there's something that just seems really off, and it's strange, and it's very kind of industrial, you know, dude in a suit, and mentions the word initiates. And I said, this is some sort of a corporate, there's something to this. What is this thing, you know? And that was it. That opened up the whole. Next thing you know, I'm researching the symbolism on the Oreo cookie to the Statue of Liberty and the movie The Patriot. Mel Gibson, The Patriot. Okay, you know what that's about, right? But if you really pay attention in the beginning of that film, in the intro, you will see round-shaped craft and is up there. What that has to do with that, you know, it's amazing how we must be all just with the popcorn and the sodas and the, you know, and the sugar, number one drug, right? And we are asleep. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. tax slaves, and and you got Great Britain, the Vatican, these, they don't pay the tax, but they have it. I mean, we could talk about the car emblems. There's a lot of esoteric out there, man. A lot of hidden stuff. What song? What band? What song is it? It's entertainment. Man, I can't. It's on the tip of my tongue. Where was that from? Rush, a band that I grew up with, that I loved, the progressive music. Like I said, you guys are gonna want to start throwing stones, man. There's stuff. I can only say what I believe I see, and put it on the table, and you could either eat it, you could twirl it on your fork, you could say, I'm not eating that, throw it in the garbage, whatever. But we fall for a lot of it, and then we spend our money to support all this stuff, and it's not, I don't want to pick on, but I mean, it bothers me, actually. It really ticks me off. I mean, it upsets me because it's, it's, how do you look at it? In a sense, you feel betrayed, but you love what they do. But then you have to really say to yourself, well, what are they really talking about? Can't all be for nothing. There's got to be, there's stuff going on. That's all there is to it. There is stuff going on. And it's not little itty bitty stuff. I mean, we're talking, it's a big deal. That there's a lot of there's a lot of bull snot going on out there. But it's too scary. We don't want to look at things. We want to hide. We just want to be entertained. We don't, we want to be in a comfort. Get under the blankets. I think we got some heavy stuff coming around the corner. Well, we'll get to some of those things, and of course we got to be careful. It's all for entertainment. We got to be careful how we present these things, and otherwise, they look to shut things down. But when does it become? When is enough enough? Like, and then if and you see things, and then you don't say, and then people say down the road, oh, why didn't you say, what, and I don't know, maybe would you have believed it? Skepticism is high, but at the same time, there more and more people are waking up. I mean. Well, there's a lot to be said, and not everybody has to agree or whatever. What you can do is do your best. You put it out there and throw it on the table, you know. And if you could back it up, you know, if the other well, you want to rebuttal that, okay, well then back it up. And if you can't, you know, I don't know everything. I mean, I might know a little bit about a very vast spread of stuff. But, very compelling, nonetheless. Especially in the entertainment. You know, what do we entertain? You know, when you hyphenate words, it's very interesting. You know, attainment. What is it? What does that mean? We're entering into something. We're entertain. We're entering into attainment. It's like the kings and queens, you know, and the court jesters and all the people being entertained while whatever's going on behind everything. Well, I'm pretty chill, man. Very relaxed. I guess, you know, at first I was a little bit awkward. You know, it's been a while. You know, I hadn't live streamed, and I'm dealing with this and whatever. And but I guess, yeah, feel a little better now. So I at least roughed it out, broke the ice. And I'm going to do my best to, you know, rework everything and, you know, work on things that I never really dug into. You know, I say I've always been more of a writer. I guess I came up with my own unique signature way of doing things. If I, you know, layering, especially the way I. Anybody that knows me knows what I do. They would probably be able to explain it better than I could myself. I do it and whatever. And, maybe it's, you know, unorthodox in its ways, but it works. You know, it's unique. It just colors everything differently. So we'll see. I have a lot of logistics to work out with that's going to be something too. And I definitely need this thing to be in shape with transitioning. And I should have taken more breaks. I really do need to eat in between. I got to get some calories back. Excuse me. Because that's just unacceptable. Rapidly. I mean, I did some things down here for my family, and it was one of the locations was a monstrosity, and it was up and down, all, you know, 3 stories with an upper 4th level, but to drop down to what I did after with this event, the last 3 months was pretty scary in itself. So I got to get some weight back on. And I'd like to get back to where I was, well, just before my brother passed. I was doing, you know, push-up, press-ups, isometric kind of stuff, and I was up to 400 workout. Took me about an hour. I would do sets of 20 to 30 and back off sets as it, got closer to the hour. My goal was to hit 500, and I wouldn't know now looking at me. I wouldn't even think that, but in pull-ups I was doing pretty good. I was up to, I think, 180 reps. And then I wound up hurting myself up in here. And then I had to use dip bars to get down on the floor, upside down, if I wanted to do it that way. And so I got to be careful with that. I don't know, if I was to re-tear that, overdoing it. Those weren't sets of 20 to 30. Those I did in small sets. Excuse me. But 2 weeks before this happened, I was doing just some isometric leg squat type of thing. I was in the kitchen and said, it's time, let me. And 2 weeks later, whammo. That was down, the drumming went down for the count, everything went down for the count. That's for sure. But it's just not bad for the age. No pharmakia. Do his best with the eating that I can. And the fact that I've always been active, I tell certain friends and any family members that are left, whatever, you got to take care of yourself in your 30s, for your 50s, for your 50s, for your 60s, 60s, for 70s. I don't know. And I have a friend up in the later 70s. He was a military person. He did a lot of swimming and different things. And he said, at that point, he says, I work out today for tomorrow. So, take care of it, and that's what I said. I mean, they're 40-year-olds. They can't keep up with me. I'm like a jackrabbit, up and down. If I had this together, but whatever, you never know what life is going to throw at you. And you get these holdups. That's all. I don't know. We'll talk about different musicians and things, reaction videos. Could do that. Guitarists, drummers, bassists. Jay Postones, another great drummer. The Vinyl Cymbal Showcase. If you look those up, look up Jay Postones. The band I think he's with is, if I'm saying it right, Tesseract, I think. I don't know, whatever the name is. But what a beautiful drum set, man. The cymbals, that whole Byzance series. Love them, man. So that's something I foresee in the future. I would like to get a setup. That sounds amazing. So what do you think? That's it? Getting close to 4 o'clock. I gotta get in there. I gotta get in that kitchen. Got some stuff to straighten out. Gotta get some food in the belly. And then I think of other people in the world that would love to be, to say the same thing. And I think, man, my God, how can we help these people? How can we help these people? Venezuela, you see them in in these landfills, you know, digging for clothes and food scraps and all kinds of stuff. I mean, my gosh. And then what's being purported, you know, we only know what's being shown to us, but is it in Nigeria? You know, they're putting people down for their faith. I mean, you know, so it's like a massacre. It's crazy, man. It's and it's because people, you know, it's a paradigm. I think that's a good word. You know, this guy is this, but you see it at different. Oh well, we just don't see it the same way. And how much of it is by design? That's another big factor. Probably a lot more than we realize. I'm gonna clean up some stuff in here. Yeah, it's all down in there. So it's got to drain back once I get the leg up. That's it. I'm real mellow, man. I'm not here to put on a show. Just want to be real with everybody, and whether it be anything we're talking about, anything we're working on, as far as musicianship. And if anybody wants to throw their 2 cents in, then by all means, leave comments, whatever. Follow, and to see what else unfolds as time goes on. You know. And come the winter, I'll be the beard of. I was going to say something else. What's that Elton John song? The beard is back. That I came out of the hospital. I was a disaster, man. The other day I was finally able to clean my face up. But yeah. Oh, man. That's it. Now I gotta put all this stuff away. Gotta get in there, put some things away. My dogs are another factor with this whole thing. Big risk. Oh man, that's gonna be tough. I don't know. My gosh, this whole transition. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough stuff. All right, guys. I'm Pete, and thank you for joining me on this comeback pilot. I really appreciate your time. If you've been hanging out, you know, you're more than welcome to always pull up a chair, and you know, you can get on the live stream. You can watch from behind the scenes. It's fine. I won't call out any names because I'm just going to keep it candid. And like I say, if you want to, you know, right now, as far as sticking on the beat, STiCKIN-OnDaBeat, sticking on the beat. That you'd have to punch that in for YouTube, TikTok, Clapper. Facebook is obvious. It's just under my name. Yeah. That's all, man. Let's see what happens. Appreciate your time. Well, if you guys are going to be working in the morning, hopefully you're not up right now. But you can catch the replay for at least 30 days. And then I'll add it to the archive on YouTube. And in fact, I have a ton of footage on there that I could really break down into shorts. But I'm kind of like all or nothing. It's such a tease, you know. I want to get on that drum set. And, you know, watching other drummers and, you know, I'm enjoying in the moment and I'm watching them. But then the frustration hits, you know. And some of these drummers, even, I tell you what, they're in wheelchairs. They don't have any kick drum, but I guess they either have it up or they're playing a floor tom or something. And you might not even realize it at first because they're like amazing, you know, and they're doing all the parts and everything and just getting that kick in there like that, you know. And then you say, "Well, it looks, oh, that's what's missing," you know. You know, I mean, of course, I could use a pad. Well, the electronic kit to me is a pad if you don't power it up. I don't even have a drum pad, actually, you know. I know you can use a book, a mouse pad, pillows. But that to me is just like a tease. I mean, after all these years I wanted to play, I want to be on the kit itself. But anyway, in the meantime, I'm going to resurrect the guitar, you know. Re-engineer the Guitarist. And at some point, I guess to help support the channels, I'll, you know, like I was working on, you know, get, whatever, some apparel on there, just to get something happening. T-shirts, hoodies, I don't know, stuff like that, I guess. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to get to it, and wish you guys a pleasant night or morning, and if I was there, I'd help tuck you in. You know, really appreciate your time, guys. Thanks so much for being here. Hit the follow, subscribe buttons, all those kind of things. Greatly appreciate it. And I'd love to see you guys and have you guys hang out again. All right. All my love, guys. Have an awesome night. And we'll start the official Engineering the Guitarist with episode 001, I guess, you know, being that this was the pilot. So, all right, folks. Have an awesome night and morning. All my love. Good night.